Good morning, everybody. Notice is hereby given that in terms of Section 19 of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act 2000, that an ordinary council meeting will be held virtually 29 April 2026 at 10 o'clock. We are at 10 o'clock. So I'm quickly going to move over to number 2, the opening and welcome. Could I ask Councillor Foley to open with prayer for us? Thank you.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning to the rest of Council. Can we bow our heads in prayer? Lord, thank you for the opportunity for us to come together today. We want to thank you for our beautiful part of the country. We want to thank you for the rain that has fallen over Koga. And we want to ask that you will guide us in our deliberations today. Pray this in the name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you, Speaker.
Good morning, everybody. I'm quickly going to go through the attendance register. I have received a lot of apologies and last-minute apologies. So just for the sake of clarity, I'm quickly going to run through the names. Councillor Alexander. Councillor Alexander, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm present.
Thank you very much. Councillor August.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker. Good morning, everybody, colleagues and administration, and also the members of the public. I'm present, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Alderman Benson.
Good morning, Speaker, and all other people on the group and also the community. I'm present. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mayor Borman.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Goodlew.
Morning, Speaker. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Foley did open for prayer with us, so he is present. Councillor Gertenbach.
Good morning, Speaker. I am present.
Thank you. Councillor Kanuza, I have received an apology for her. Councillor Hendricks.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Haystack.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, everyone present.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Jantjies.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. The Speaker, Lorraine Marie. I'm also present. Councillor Mbandana, are you present? Councillor Mbandana, I can see you there. Yes, you're unmuted.
Ndikhona kumhlangano wesigqeba.
Welcome, Councillor. Councillor Mbuku. Councillor Mbuku, I do not see the councillor in the virtual room, and I did not receive an apology. Councillor Moos. Councillor Moos, I can see you unmuted. You're welcome to...
Good morning, Honourable Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. I'm present.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nzalani.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone in the meeting. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Councillor Nichols.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, everyone. I'm present, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Nkilishani. Councillor Nkilishani, you were present. I'm not sure if you're still in the meeting. I'll come back. Councillor Ntengwani has offered an apology, not here.
Speaker.
Yes, Nkilishani.
Yes, I'm present, Speaker.
Thank you. I have received an apology from Councillor Nshota. Thank you. I've also received an apology from Councillor Oliphant. I hope he recovers quickly. I've also received an apology from Councillor Wayne Peterson. Next, Councillor Claudette Peterson. Councillor, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. Yes, I'm present.
Welcome. Councillor Ruth.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stearman.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker. Good morning, colleagues, administration, as well as members of the public. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have received an apology from Councillor Volji. Councillor van der Linde.
Morning, Speaker, Honorable Mayor, members of the public, officials and colleagues. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor van Niekerk. Councillor van Niekerk, are you present? I don't. Councillor van Niekerk.
Present, Speaker. Sorry, the unmute button is still an issue. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you. I have received an apology from Councillor Yali. Councillor Zona. I did receive a lot of apologies from Councillor Zona, the Chief Whip. I'm not sure. He is here. Councillor Zona.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Yes, I am present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kanuza, I see you've logged in. Are you present? I have received an apology for you. Thank you. I'm just going to move over to the administration. Du Plessis.
Present, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Deputy De Jager.
Apology, Speaker. I couldn't hear that.
I can hear you present. Thank you, Deputy.
Yes, I'm present, Speaker.
Thank you. Director De Kok, are you present? Okay, I've read Jacques de Toy, you are acting on behalf of Director De Kok. Are you present?
Morning, Speaker. Present.
Thank you very much. CFO Lorgaard.
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
Thank you very much. Director Makalesi. Director Makalesi.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Medat.
Good morning, Speaker, councillors and colleagues. I'm present.
Thank you very much. Director Ramakawela. Director Ramakawela, I can see you are in the meeting. Director, I have heard the first bit, so I can hear you are in the meeting. Thank you. Committee Services and Legal are sitting with me. Alderman Benson, I did see your hand. Is it something with the caucus or is it something else? Alderman Benson?
Speaker, now I've seen my director have responded, but she have a crisis. I was just want to say that she will not attend, but I hear she's on, yeah, so that's fine. She have a crisis at home, but I see she's in the meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much. Will Committee Services let me know when councillors leave and enter? We'll record that. Thank you, councillors. We don't have any presentation under item number 5. Then I'm moving over to number 6, acknowledgements, condolences, and congratulations. Councillor August.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I rise to do the following. We at Henkie especially, but definitely also surely the whole of the Kouga and even further afield, we bemoan and mourn the death of, I would say, the tragic and almost untimely death of one of our traffic officers, namely Mrs. Bertha Fortuin. We, in this time of sadness, we pray God's benefits on the family, friends, colleagues, and all whose lives she has touched. May her precious soul rest in peace. And also simultaneously, the gentleman from Luri, whom I think was also a student of mine many, many years ago, whose accident scene she had come from when she met up with her tragedy. Thank you so much, Speaker. May both their souls rest in peace.
Thank you, Councillor. It is very sad. Councillor Mandano.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, today one wants to acknowledge the late Solomon Muhlangu on a very important day on the 6th of April. This is a very significant month in the calendar of our generation before us. At this time of the month, we know that all South African young youth was crying and in pain, deep pain, whilst he was hanged. Let me quote his words when he was hanged. He said, I quote, "Tell my people that I love them. They must continue to fight. My blood will nourish the tree that will become the fruits of freedom." Today I say to him and his family, hamba kahle Mkhondo, hamba kahle Qhawe, long live Solomon and the spirit of Mutawung who was hanged with him. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nichols.
Speaker, I would like to say my sincere condolences to the family and friends of colleague of Sizwe Tile, Senior Benefit and HR Condition Officer at HR. She was a cornerstone in the Kouga and HR. Under her leadership, Kouga received 9 years of clean audit for HR from the AG. Sincere condolences to her and the family. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gludlu.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning once more. Speaker, I just want to share an incredible statement of congratulations and to be proud of Kouga. 2016, Speaker, we had a 500 million rand backlog of road maintenance, poor roads. We were spending more on pothole repairs than anything else. And today, Speaker, 70% of all the tar roads are being resealed in one go. So from a backlog to a real progress, I wish to appreciate and thank our leadership, our mayor, for the drive, for the determination, and to all councillors for their really supporting this initiative. It's an incredible thing, and I think it deserves a special mention. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nzalani.
Oh, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, firstly, let I take this opportunity to say condolences to the family of Mrs. Macy Matikane. Mrs. Matikane, who is a legend of KwaNomzamo, and she is born here. She was born here in KwaNomzamo, but she lost her husband, who was staying in Motherwell, in Gqeberha, in Woma in Gqeberha. I say condolences to them. Also, I want to congratulate the 7 teams of Humansdorp Stiltonk who did a fabulous thing in Youthnik to warn that they are now acknowledged to go to Italy. These young kids are 7 of them, and 2 of them come from KwaNomzamo location in Humansdorp. And we ask that let us please support those kids to go to stand for us there in Rugby 17 in Italy overseas, so that they are not there to only for Gouga, they are there for stand for us as South African. So let us congratulate them that they are going there. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. It seems like this is the end of speakers for acknowledgements. Then I'm going to move to item number 7, statement communication from the Speaker. That's me. Honourable Mayor, members of Council, officials, online guests and colleagues. I trust you had a restful Easter and spent it with family and loved ones. As we recently commemorated Freedom Day on the 27th of April, we were reminded of one of the most significant milestones of our nation. On this day, 94 South Africans stood together for the first democratic election, casting their votes for freedom for the very first time. Freedom Day gives us an opportunity to honor those who courageously opposed injustice and fought timeless for democracy. Helen Suzman stands amongst those remarkable South Africans whose unwavering commitment to justice, equality, and human rights helped to pay for a democratic nation as we cherish today. We also look forward to celebrate Workers' Day on the 1st of May. This important day has its roots in global structures for fair labor practice and workers' rights. Workers' Day recognized the invaluable contribution of workers in driving economic growth, delivering essential services, and building a strong community for all of us. I would also like to extend my sincere condolences to the Tegman family. Mr. Tegman has been part of this municipality for decades. He served this municipality with so much dignity. Through his leadership and mentors, he trained so many people that is scattered all over South Africa. He was the silent one fixing that our water quality was good. His contribution will never be forgotten. I salute his legacy. On a positive note, I would like to congratulate the Mayor on yet another highly successful Career Expo and Mayoral Cup. These initiatives continue to create vulnerable opportunities for the youth, empowering them to pursue their dreams and reach their full potential. Such investments in our young people are investments for the people and for all the communities. We thank you. And on that note, Mayor, I'm moving to number 8, statements of the Executive Mayor, Portman.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker. Good morning to all our colleagues. Good morning to the Mayoral Committee and councillors, the MM and directors, and also the public viewing online. It's really a wonderful privilege to again be with you in council. I do want to start by just agreeing with all the condolences to those who have passed and those who have achieved in our municipality over the last month or so. It is really sad to see people pass before their time, and people pass who've been really valuable members of our community over a long period of time. And it's really, I do want to agree with all the condolences to their families. And we will make sure that we also reach out to them from the municipality side to extend these condolences that councillors also gave today. Speaker, it is a very busy time in council or for the municipality at the moment as we head into the final stages of our current financial year. Budget preparations, organogram preparations, all of those things that we have usually this time of year is ongoing. And I therefore want to thank also our MM and directors and staff who are working extremely hard. I'm really just daily, I am very proud of the work that our staff is doing, the massive value that they add to our organization, the way that they with private organizations and business. It is really wonderful to just take the work that they do. And I really want to ask that this be something that is filtered down throughout the institution from the top, from the MM all the way down to the lowest level of general workers. We really are proud of the ask that we can on. I'm extremely proud to be part of Coega municipality, and that we're seen nationally as a municipality that is taking ownership of the job that we are supposed to do, and it's not something that is that we're not doing something exceptional. We're doing our basics right, and I want to ask and encourage our staff to continue doing the basics well, because that will lead to extraordinary results. And I'm really thankful and proud of the job that is being done. I do also want to agree with you, Speaker, in terms of our Mayoral Cup. It's still ongoing, but it has been really exciting and eventful to see all these different sporting codes happening. It's really wonderful to just feel a sense of community and people gathering around the sporting events. And again, as our late president said, sport has a tremendous ability to unite residents, and we can see that here in Coega as well. And that's why I'm so proud to be able to have this Mayoral Cup happen every year, and we really need to grow this into something really special. So thank you very much to all the competitors also that's partaking, and everybody who's arranging events. And again, our staff is doing a tremendous job, and those privately partnering with us as well. We also have, speaking about sport, we also have the SA Longboard Champs currently underway. The event is currently on hold because the waves are too big, which is obviously probably a good problem to have. But I was there this morning, and again, the organizers have put together an amazing event at an amazing surf break, and we really are proud to host it once again for the many years now. We've been the host of the SA Longboard Champs, and we are really proud of to be the host, and the wonderful opportunities that our local businesses get when events like this are hosted in our municipality. Speaker, you are correct that the Career Expo was a huge success. We saw more than almost double the amount of school kids coming to Mentor's Kraal, where the Career Expo was held. It was tremendous to see over 80 stalls and exhibitors just exposing our young people to different career opportunities. And it was so wonderful to see that happen. It was so wonderful to be able to be part of something greater, something that really is giving inspiration to our young people to think broader, to think wider, to see and experience the opportunities that they have once they leave school. And it was wonderful to also see our neighboring municipalities. That was in Kokama, that brought some of their schools here to our expo, and it was really wonderful to be able to give them the same kind of exposure that our local schools have. We had over 1,600 kids that came through the doors through the day and a half, and we really are thankful for everybody that made this happen. Our staff, the team at the World Career Expo, the organization that we partnered with, and every single local business and national business, universities, all of those who were part of the exhibition. It was really wonderful, wonderful to have them part of that. Speaker, there's a lot of practical things going on. We're really doing amazing work with our roads. The next phase, phase 3, is currently going on. The tender is closed, and the contractors will start in St. Francis, Humansdorp, and the Gamtus Valley very, very soon. And I'm really excited to see and smell more tar. I'm really pleased with the work that's going on so far. But there's still a lot of work to do, and I'm really excited to see that rolling out. Speaker, we're also very proud of the work that our civils teams have done as far as our wastewater treatment works are concerned. Our green drop status, while not where it is where we want to be, it has massively improved. It's more than doubled in terms of the kind of work that they do, and I know that there's a lot of work still going on in making sure that we have quality services as far as our wastewater treatment works are concerned. So I'm thankful to them as well. In about a month's time, Speaker, our battery will also arrive in South Africa, and we'll launch a big, we'll make a big thing about that, and just our energy plan to become less reliable on Eskom is being rolled out, and I'm really excited about that. We cannot continue with the high increases that Eskom forces onto us. We cannot continue with that. It is not sustainable to our infrastructure. It's not sustainable to our residents. And the cost of living is already so high, and this exorbitant increases from Eskom side, it really makes it extremely difficult for our residents, and we need to make sure that we keep this as low as possible. And so from our side, taking this initiative is a huge step forward for us. It will only be implemented, the lower rates will only be possible in a few years' time, but this is huge steps towards getting there. And I'm really excited about this process that's starting now. And then lastly, and maybe just to go back to where I started in terms of our staff and the way that we think about our municipality, the way that our staff operates with the public, is really valuable to us. And it's really, we have to be a municipality that cares about every single resident in the way that we serve, the way that we talk, the way that we operate. We need to be respectful of all our residents. We need to give the same excellent services to every single resident out there. And I really want to ask our councillors, our staff, our directors, our MM, all of us to get on board with this vision of making our municipality a place that cares about our residents, that gives them quality services, and that really serve our public and not just sit in council. So thank you very much for everybody that is part of that. And Speaker, we've come a long way over the last 10 years, and we've done a massive amount to get to where we are now, to be recognized as the top municipality in the Eastern Cape. We do, however, still have a long way to go. We know we don't get everything right yet. We know we still have lots to do. And I'm really confident that with the team that we've been able to put together, a really competent administration, we are able to also now plan for long term. We have plans in place that will get us to a next level of service delivery that we've not seen in Coega yet. So I'm really excited about the future of Coega municipality, and we need to make sure that we keep this momentum going. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Item number 9, any disclosure of interest? I don't see any hands. Then I move to item number 10, statutory matters. We don't have any. 11, minutes of the previous mayoral committee meeting. 11.1, minutes of the mayoral committee meeting held on 18 February 2026 from page 9 to page 22. Any comments? If there's not questions, I need somebody to propose and second. Oh, it's for noting. This one is for noting. I do apologize. Just for corrections. I don't see any hands. Thank you, councillors. Then I move to item number 12, 12.1. It's confirmation of the minutes of the previous council meeting, minutes of an ordinary council meeting held on 30 March 2026 from page 24 to page 56. Any questions, corrections, proposals? Councillors, any questions? Anybody proposing these minutes? Councillor Gertenbach.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to propose that we accept this minutes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Haystack.
I will second the proposal, Speaker.
Thank you very much. We adopt these minutes. Then I move to number 13, reports of committees of council. 13.1, report from Sarah Bartman District Municipality. We haven't received a new report yet. 13.2, COGA Audit Committee, KIC1, minutes of the COGA Audit Committee from page 59 to page 77. I have two speakers on this item. Councillor Gertenbach, you my first speaker on the item.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm on page 59 of the Audit Committee. The date is not correct. We're talking about December 2026, and it should be 2025. And also in the recommendation, it's the same mistake. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, for that correction. Committee servers are noting. They are picking up that one. Councillor van der Linde, you are my next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I'm covered by Councillor Gertzenbach. And then on page 59, I want to know, why is there still audit findings outstanding by certain directors, and who gonna hold them accountable for that? Its reports is not in, and how can the management claim no significant contents of multiple audit findings remain unresolved? So yeah, I can't understand that. And what is the criteria using for disqualified risk and is not significant? Who approve this? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to direct it to the MM, and then I see Mr. De Lange, the chair, is present, so maybe we can, through the MM, maybe give opportunity to answer the questions. Thank you, MM.
Yes, Chair. Let's refer to the chairperson of the committee that he can answer, and we'll assist if he needs further assistance.
Thank you. Mr. De Lange, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. There seems to be a reverberation. I'm not sure why that is. Honorable Mayor, councillors, yes, the minutes are tabled for consideration. The questions relating to specifically the risk, in our work plan, we receive a risk report where it is clearly detailed what the risks are, what the mitigating strategies are, and the strategies adopted by management to deal with the risks. And the audit committee is satisfied that management is using all the resources at their disposal to deal with these risks. Regarding the other questions, maybe if we can just repeat them, please.
Councillor van der Linde, could you maybe repeat the question again for Mr. De Lange, then he can answer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I want to know, I said, let me just get my notes in front of me again. How can management claim no significant contents when audit findings remain unresolved? And then what is criteria is used to classify risk as non-significant, and who approve that? And then I want to ask also, Madam Speaker, there's no fraud registered due to leak of capacity. So why doesn't we have a fraud risk register in place? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, Mr. Lange, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The unresolved findings mainly relate to internal audit report findings. We have had a problem in the past, but at our second meeting, which has already taken place, second quarter meeting, the internal auditor has given us an update, and most of those findings have now been addressed. Regarding whether risks are significant, I think that is a senior management decision relating to information that is available. And regarding the fraud risk management, that is something that the audit committee has raised from time to time, in that we would require additional reports to determine the maturity of fraud and corruption management. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm going to refer to the MM. We just had a policy workshop on the fraud side of it. MM, maybe you can give some background, because I believe from your office it was referred to the deputy MM to the policy committees.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. The two policies have been workshopped and it will be coming to Council that will specifically deal with whistleblowing and also the risk register, all those aspects. So we have updated those policies. They have been approved by the Policy Committee and will be coming to Council for adoption. I can just mention that we obviously we categorize our risk in two levels: strategic risk, which are workshops every year to make sure that the top strategic risks are well known and well covered, and to develop strategies then to mitigate those strategic risks. And then obviously the day-to-day operational risks that you have, and those are usually also worked through, and those are usually covered by standing operating procedures or policy documents that will mitigate those risks. So yeah, I think we well covered in that field for the moment. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for the feedback. I will just want to check if Councillor van der Linde have any clarity questions on the answers.
Madam Speaker, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you very much. These minutes are for noting, and we do have the corrections on page 59. Thank you, councillors. Then I move to the next item, KAC 5, the Audit Committee Charter. I do not have any speakers on this item. Do I have any objections on this item? I don't see any hands for objections. So, councillors, thank you. Then this item carries. Thank you very much. Then I move to item 13.3, Rules and Ethics Committee. We don't have any reports at the moment. Then I move to 13.4, Municipal Public Accounts Committee, MPAC. I'm going to give over to the chair of MPAC to present the minutes of the Municipal Public Account Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning again. I present item 13.4 for impact, being the minutes of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I also don't have any speakers on this item, and the minutes are for noting. Thank you very much. Then I'm moving over to 13.5, Municipal Bylaws and Policies, and I'm going to give over to Councillor Haystack to present PB1. Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a second for me. Right, we on PB1, request for approval of the amended draft Kouga local municipality bylaw relating to land invasion and the management and the control of informal settlements. And that is on page 116 to page 132. And the recommendation are on page 118. The council approves the draft Kouga municipality bylaw relating to the land invasion and management and control of informal settlement. That the draft approved bylaw be published for public inputs as required in the terms of the Municipal Systems Act, and the draft approved bylaw be referred back to council after completion of the public participation. So we put this bylaw before council. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Zana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning once more to everyone on the meeting. Mine perhaps is just to note this bylaw, but having serious questions, Madam Speaker. I know that its main focus, it's focusing on maybe on check invaders that are invading land and building shacks on municipal-owned land. But if you were to go to page 125 of the, is now on definitions, on unlawful occupant, page 124 rather, Madam Speaker, where it's defining what an unlawful occupant is. It's a person or individual or entity who occupies land without consent of the Kouga municipality or person or entity in charge of such property, or without any other right in law to occupy such land. Now, I've seen that in most of this bylaw that there has been I would say it's a narrow approach of targeting people that are residing in black, in informal settlement, the majority being black people. But I want to ask, does this unlawful occupant also refer to people that have encroached municipal land, agricultural land? We have many cases here in Hengi and Gambus Valley where commercial farmers have occupied municipal land and there's nothing that has been done about it. Now, I want to know, does this policy or this occupant only refer to people that are building informal settlements, or is it excluding white commercial farmers that are occupying a municipal land for many years without giving the municipality a cent and without the municipal, because there's a section here that says the MM must take action in such occurrences. But for years, nothing has done. So I want clarity in terms of this. Is it exclusive of people that are occupying municipal land without being authority, doing some agricultural business, or is it only focusing on shacks for people that are invading for building of shacks? Thank you. That's my only clarity on this one. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to give over to Director Ramakawela. He can just give us clarity. I understood it's for everybody. It's everything. Director. Director Ramakawela, are you battling with your sound?
No, I'm back.
Yes.
Apologies, Chair. No, it was a network. It was a network issue, and I tried to unmute it. It took a bit long. To answer the councillor's question, no. It's not only targeted or intended for informal settlements, it should apply also to those. I think it's merely an enforcement issue, and we will welcome parties that is aware of. There are few that our attention that the properties are occupied. We'll definitely attend to those if we bring those, and then we'll attend also to the ones that we've picked up from our side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director. Your signal is a bit bad, but I did pick up it's for everybody. It's not just selected people. Thank you for that clarity. Any clarity questions on the question that was asked? No clarity. Do I have any? Yes, Councillor Zono.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Without making a back and forth one, but sometimes I know that people have built or have planted trees and structures in this place, but mine will be that I so wish that in this one, that those people not be given the first-hand opportunity to lease that land that they've encroached on, but they should severely be punished for the contravention that they've done. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's my last thing I wanted to say on this one.
Thank you, Councillor, for that contribution. So we welcome this policy so we can manage the risk. Are there any objections on this item, on this policy? Thank you, councillors. Then this policy carries forward. Councillor Haystack, back to you for PB2.
Thank you, Speaker. We on PB2, Draft Kouga Municipality Problem Building Bylaw, and that is from page 133 till page 154. And the recommendation is on page 135, starting at 134 to 135. Council approves the draft Kouga Local Municipality Problem Building Bylaw, that the draft approved bylaw be published for public inputs as required in terms of the Municipal Systems Act, that the draft approved bylaw be referred back to Council after completion of the public participation process. I put this bylaw before Council. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. My first speaker, yes, Honourable Mayor.
Thanks. I'm willing to wait. Thank you, Speaker. I just also want to speak on this. Thank you.
Mayor, you are my first speaker on the item.
Speaker, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you very much for the team who put this bylaw together. I think it is going to be welcomed tremendously by far other than myself by council, by our communities that struggle with dilapidated buildings all over our municipality, that it's privately owned or owned by national or provincial government, and we cannot do anything about it. It is used as drug nests, or people are doing just crime nests. And we need to demolish so many of these dilapidated structures in our municipality. I was in Potensi last night, and that old parking facility garage for the ambulances of the Department of Health has now been dilapidated like that for years, and we cannot do anything about it. This bylaw will enable us to demolish so that cannot be misused as a crime hotspot. And we really welcome this, and I think this will make a tremendous effort in our crime or in our safety and security throughout our municipality. So thank you very much. I'm in full support of this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. My next speaker is Councillor Mbandana.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, ours in the ANC is to actually motivate for the public participation aspect. I've not seen from public participation a very advocacy program that goes to the community. These things are online, but our community sometimes relies on booklets that can be dropped at the offices and the libraries so that they can participate in these programs. Also motivating of the church community so that our citizenry can be involved in terms of the bylaws, particularly when it comes to building and so on. So I will actually look at the process where we are having very serious advocacy on this issue. Going further than that, one worries on terms of these building bylaws. If you look in terms of our towns in Hanki, whilst it's not getting into the point, there's no building inspector whatsoever that comes to our areas, so that we as ward councillors can take them through the community so that we can actually engage with the community or have specific times to come to the Potensi towns. Remember, Gouga is comprising of all other towns that are here existing, so that if we speak about building bylaws, the ratepayers of Potensi can have engagement, the ratepayers of the old Potensi citrus won't be can engage, and so on. It should not be that the community and the citizenry cannot have access.
1 minute left, Councillor.
Yes, I'm sure serious advocacy and so on. It can't be just the computerized method of engaging the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to confirm, this is a draft bylaw, so it will go for public participation. And when the notice go out, they supply each municipal office a copy, and it will also be available at the libraries, just to clarify your question. I don't have any other speakers on this item. Do I have any objections for this draft problem building bylaw to go out for public participation? I don't see any hands on any objections. Thank you, councillors. This policy will go out for public participation. Back to you, Councillor Haystack, for PB3.
Thank you, Speaker. We're on PB3, Municipal Restriction Backlisting of Suppliers Policy, and that is on page 155 to page 165. And the recommendations are on page 156 and 157. Council approved the Municipal Restrictions Blacklisting of Suppliers Policy. Implementation date is the date of this council resolution. The Municipal Restriction Blacklisting of Suppliers Policy be published on the COGA website. I put this policy before council. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you so much. Councillor Zana, you the first speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, Madam Speaker, on this one, I rise in support of the policy look in terms of, because I believe that's what we want to address, incompetency of some of the suppliers and that are working in our area. But I think we have discussed this at length at the policy workshop, and therefore I will not be commenting any further on it, but we do support it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor. I don't have any other speakers on this item. Do I have any objections for this policy to move forward? I don't see any objections. Councillor Haystack, then back to you. This policy carries. We can carry on to PB4. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. We are on PB4, request for approval of draft review COGA Municipality Public Participation Policy, and that is on page 166 to 189, and the recommendations are on page 167 and 168. That the draft public participation policy be approved by the Municipal Council, that the effective date of the COGA Municipality Public Participation Policy be the date of the Council resolution, the COGA Municipal Public Participation Policy be published on the municipal website. I put this policy in front of Council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. My first speaker is Councillor Gertenbach.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a correction and a notice. Page 171. The population is stated as 112,241 square kilometers, and not residents or whatever the case may be. So that is just a mistake. That have to be corrected. And then on page 177, I just want to draw attention to the ward councillor's responsibility in terms of public participation. Thank you, Chair. Speaker.
Thank you very much for those comments. Committee servers are noting they are seeing on 171 the correction on square meters. It should say people. Councillor Mbandana, you the next speaker on the item.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Let me start from the latter note that says that it only resides with our councillors in terms of public participation as ward councillors. Definitely it's correct, Chair, but however, if we are having a unit and a management, it's their role also to see that the citizenry engagement. If the parliament is so big in Cape Town and in Pretoria, they go with portfolio to engage the community on policies, which means that they want the citizenry to participate and call them together in areas where we engage on policy matters in South Africa. We are a new democracy, we are a growing democracy. Then COGA is a small element of the three spheres of government. Actually, what we need perhaps is to have a policy cascaded to the communities that were disadvantaged, that never had opportunity to engage with these matters, as it is done at provincial and at national level. So who are we if at national level they can take efforts and they can go out of the parliament in Cape Town and the parliament international or in Bishop? So that is the point I'm raising, because it's relevant on the scope that it is done in South Africa at highest level. They go all over, traversing South Africa. So
1 minute left, Councillor.
This public policy is a policy that will be anchored in the community if we in COGA are serious about our Ramaphosa village, our center towns, our Tonils and our KwaNomzamo, whereby a standing committee or policy committee will go and engage our community and not hang them on Facebook, on WhatsApp, this nonsense that is happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Your concerns are noted. That's the end of my speakers. Do I have any objections on this policy? Don't see any objections. Thank you, councillors. This policy carries. Then I move to item number 14, reports back from Minimec. I don't have any new reports. Then I'm moving to number 15, reports by the Office of the Deputy Municipal Manager. I am going to give over to Mr. De Jager. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I refer to page 191 in the council agenda as the draft institutional calendar. And then the recommendations is on page 192 for council to approve the calendar, and then the draft institutional calendar is attached on page 193. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, DMM. I don't have any speakers on this item. Do I have any objections on this calendar? I don't see any objections on it. Thank you, Councillor. So this calendar item we accept as Councillor. Councillor Gludlu, yes, your hand is up. Do you object on this item?
No, Speaker, but just to maybe if Davi could have maybe explained that the dates are subject to change without notice due to the election that could occur anytime between November 2026 and January 2027. Maybe just a disclaimer. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Just for clarity, I can give you the answer. When it changes, this item needs to come back to Council. So that's what we'll have to do on that one. So you don't have an objection. Thank you for that one. So this item carries. Thank you, Councillors. Then I'm moving over to number 16, matters dealt with in terms of delegated authority by the Executive Mayor. Number 17, reports by the Portfolio Committee. 17.1, reports by the Chairperson, Finance, Economic Development. Mayor, over to you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We're making good progress today. I'd like to table the reports of Finance and Economic Development, and it will be handled by Councillor Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you. MMC Ruth, the floor is yours for FED1.
Thank you, Speaker. FED1 is the Tourism and Marketing Plan on page 197, with recommendations on page 201. And I'd like to draw the attention of the committee to the action plan on page 253 as well, Speaker, which came through the mayoral committee and the CFO. A tabled item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Zona.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I think mine is just to note this particular item, but also perhaps uploading the section for coming up with this tourism and marketing strategy of KOGA, if I may put it like that. And I also see, because when you read through the document itself, it's not only limited to what is happening in KOGA, but they've made use to, for example, the National Tourism Strategy, the Domestic Tourism Growth Strategy, etc., and also including the marine life and all of these environmental things that are speaking to this one. You must applaud that one, because I've also seen that it speaks also to the 2030 National Development Plan when it pertaining to tourism. But I really want us as in KOGA to take this very serious, especially because currently in the Gamdus Valley, without promoting the business, but areas such as the Patstow that are there in the Gamdus Valley in Patensi, your hotels there in Patensi are really suffering, are taking a serious blow, while we have a World Heritage Site that is in Patensi where tourists are just passing our area. I'm not sure is it a lack of marketing of the area, but you find out not many tourists are really going into those areas because once there's an opportunity for them to go in, they'll be able to stimulate the economy of the Kamloops Valley and also perhaps employ creating jobs for the people of the area. So I would want really this document to have plans that will be in place on how they are going to implement the part of promoting areas such as these ones
1
of
minute,
Kamloops
Councillor.
Valley. So one is very excited and wants perhaps to see it happening because those tourism businesses are really suffering. And I also know that it will also be good for the small and up and coming accommodation establishment in the area. So one welcomes therefore this, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor, for your positive words there. And we also welcome township economy in this plan. This is the end of my speakers. Do I have any objections on this plan going forward? I don't see any objections. Thank you, Councillor. So this plan moves forward. This item carries. MMC Ruth, back to you for FED 2.
Thank you, Speaker. FED2's Supply Chain Management Report. It's the monthly report for February 2026. It can be found on page 255 of the agenda, and the recommendations are on 256. I table the item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. My first speaker is Councillor Zona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Perhaps my first one, it's something that we've been raising for a long time. I'm on page 268. I see that it's 25 to 26 forwards slash DMM2. When it relates to Papis Fontaine, this is a comment I want to make, that we still feel as the African National Congress component that this was a waste of money, that fruitless and wasteful expenditure that we've done by pursuing this particular case of Peterson, Councillor Peterson. There's a lot of money that we spent on that one. It's a comment I wanted to make on that one. Then I want to ask on page 269, Madam Speaker, I know that we had recent serious felt fires, and I know that it's been now becoming almost an annual occurrence that we have felt fires. But I see that we deviated, and I know that we don't have aviation firefighting equipment or resources, but we have to deviate on this one. But I'll want to check, Madam Speaker, in terms of these funds, is this money coming straight from the disaster fund, or where did we source the money to pay for the aviation firefighting rather? Because I see there are two transactions here, both on this very same page. Then I'll maybe also encourage those that are doing these tables, these columns, because the monies that are shown here are so compressed, we can't really see how much it is. Can they maybe, I know that there's a lot of info in these boxes, but at least let's see the whole amount written in full. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Those are the only things I wanted to talk to on this one.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't have any other speakers. For the comment on 268, I'm going to give over to Deputy MM De Jager on that one, and then I will give back to the CFO on the second question. Thank you.
Chairperson, the case itself, in terms of Papis Fontaine, is in the confidential agenda, so we cannot discuss the contents thereof. However, the case is ongoing, and it is in the confidential agenda. So I cannot divulge any other information at this stage here, Speaker. Then I can also just refer in terms of the, I was the acting municipal manager at that time in terms of the aviation. And the aviation, as we know, there's only 60 aviation airplanes and firefighting equipment in the whole country. Most of them were allocated to the Western Cape, so it was very difficult to get and to procure those aviation equipment. We worked very hard to get 5 helicopters, 3 helicopters and 2 airplanes here. There were municipalities, especially in the Eastern Cape, that had no aerial support, so it was quite a difficult procurement process to get that because it's very scarce. Funding was received by our district municipality, which we appreciate. We also had a sponsorship by the wind farms, which we also appreciate. And the rest of the funding we did allocate from our budget. However, we did apply and it went through council for disaster funding. And I believe we are still waiting for the outcome of that disaster funding. And if that disaster funding is granted, we're hopeful that it will cover those costs we incurred as we did submit all the costs, including the additional costs of the water, all the other resources utilized. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, dear Mem, to give that clarity on those questions. Welcome, Councillor Peterson. I've received an apology from you and you logged on at 10:53, very late. Do you have a question of clarity on the question that Councillor Zona asked and the answers that was given?
Speaker, I'm not sure if Ms. Klopper communicated with you, but I tendered apology for the fact that I am at a regional conference of the African National Congress here in Port Alfred, where new leadership will emerge from this conference.
Yes, Councillor,
However,
I was informed that you put an apology in and then I noticed that you logged in 10:53. We're on item FED2 and I'm actually
Yes.
on a question of clarity. Do you have a question of
Yes,
clarity, Councillor?
I do. I just want to make council aware that Mr. De Jager is misleading council in saying that the matter against the Taramatais of the
Councillor?
land that you call Papisfontein is on the court roll. No, it is not.
Councillor?
The magistrate or
Councillor?
the judge.
Councillor, you're out of order. This is in the confidential and it is still ongoing. So please don't misrepresent yourself. So you don't have a question of clarity. Thank you. I'm going to move on. Is there any other councillors that have a question of clarity? So I don't have any. Do I have any objections on this report to be adopted by council? Councillor van der Linde.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I understand some of the deviations. I do understand it, but there's a lot that I don't understand, so I can't approve, but yes, so I will vote against that.
Thank you, Councillor. Administration, we'll have to set up a poll so the councillors can vote in favour, not in favour or abstaining on this item. Thank you, councillors. Please vote. Councillors, they're going to rerun the poll because it disappeared from our screen. So just carry on. We will reload the poll. Just be patient. Thank you. Councillors, the poll will be shortly up, the new one. Councillors, the poll is busy loading. It should appear soon on your screens. Councillors, the poll is appearing on your screen. Please vote. Councillors, please vote. I see councillors are busy voting. Uh, 5 seconds, then we're going to close the poll. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, committee service. Please close the poll. Do we have a
16 in favour,
yes?
5 not in favour, and 1 abstention.
Councillors, we have 16 councillors in favour, 5 not in favour, and 1 abstains. So FED 2 carries. Thank you very much, councillors. Back to you, MMC Roof, for FED 4.
Thank you, Speaker. FED 4 is the report back on the China International Import Expo in November 2025, and a request for approval for 2026 attendance. That is on page 271 with the recommendations on 276. Page 276 is the recommendations, and our tabled items. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor van der Linde, you the first speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to know, can administration supply us with a full report of people who is positive sales abroad at China, and how does it benefit the local market this side with new works and that? Is there really companies who benefit out of this trip to China? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zana, you the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I'm partially covered by the input or the clarity seeking question by Councillor van der Linde, but I want to further ask Madam Speaker, in terms of the observation of our delegates, both on the aspect of being economically sound in terms of the trip going that side, is there really value for money in terms of what we are saying? Because there's a comment that I've read, I'm not sure now, was it on but it puts the ball in the court of the district. That, to me, when I was reading that particular comment, Madam Speaker, it sounded as if to say that so much can be achieved out of this trip that is going to China, but not enough is really being done at district level. I'm not sure if that one is captured, but I want to check, do we see really an increase in terms of the products that were displayed in China or for the past 2 years that we've been in this? And is there any people from China in terms of our own area of Koga? Have we seen maybe tourists that are now interested in coming to Koga from that side? But I just want to establish, is there anything positive really that's coming from this? And the last question I want to ask, Madam Speaker, it's on the product that we are sending through to China. Really, is it really what that particular market is looking for? And how can we, because I'll make an example, if we are sending beads to China, is there increase in terms of the beads or the honey, bush teas that we are sending that side? And is there really a hunger from the Chinese market for our products that we are displaying every year? Because really we cannot be sending there and people over to China our products, and yet we are not getting anything in return. And also the last one, how can we improve in terms of the products that we are sending to China? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. CFO, could I have just some answers on these questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm not going to answer in any specific format or councillor. I'm going to answer generally because it does touch on everything. So yes, there has been improvement year on year. The one question was talking about additional products that does go. So I think it was 2 weeks ago the call for products again occurred. And every year there are new products, but then it need to meet certain standards. So where they fail in the 1 year, we then work with them together with DTI to see how the packaging and whatever else need to change to then get them ready for the next expo. So ones that was new, which is part of the report, if you look at page 272, Waihook wasn't there in the previous year. They joined this year. TNT Peppers is new. Woodlands Dairy never came with previously. In the previous year, Pabala, honey and snails were part of it, together with a lot of other products as well. So yes, that was 3 key ones that were new in the round that we went last year. So every year there are 2 or 3 additional products that are taken with because of readiness and assistance to become ready for export markets. Now, when you talk about the improvements and what is done differently, so if you look at the expo is probably 4 or 5 halls, the size of probably 4 to 5 rugby fields each. And it's split. Remember, it is international, the biggest international expo in the world. And the one that we registered under is the agricultural one. So yes, agriculture, but if you have a few of other type of products, you can't be placed at all the different areas. There's automotive, there's pharmaceuticals, there's different floors for different type of products, and we registered under agriculture because that's the focus of where we go. So if you look at the stand, it has been growing. If you look at the number of products, it is growing. And of all the products, Koga has probably 60 to 70% of the products that goes from the district, right? So when we talk about tourism, one of the new introductions last year was inviting 10 local Chinese tour operators, where we then presented the offerings of the district or each local area, and specific product owners presented to tour operators with all of us present. And our local one, a tour operator on a tourism product, actually used a local Chinese person to present their offering that visited their place, right? And I think that was the best presentation from the district. where Koga presented, a local Chinese person presented their experience within Koga. So that was a new offering. Another new offering was the experimental hub, which was opened. And that's where local products are now available for the Chinese to test and taste on a continuous basis, because the Chinese doesn't just see with their eye and want to buy. They want to taste, they want to get the value. They go, they come back, they want to taste a few times until they're ready then to sign any sort of deals for import. So the local products are now available at the experimental hub for the interested parties to come taste and test. So if I can give you a simple example, the dried strawberries and the dried citrus is then added into a tonic that is served at the experimental hub. Woodlands dairy products are there, the milks, the dairy are used within the teas and the coffees and that sort of thing. So every year, it's not only the expo, but it's the additional offerings that's coming with the trip that is adding a lot of value and wanting business to then join in and see what products can be marketed at the global level. So there's a lot of benefit to it, and it's expanding year on year. So when we talk about a report on sales, unfortunately that is not possible, because then each business will have to then tell us what benefit they're getting directly. And it does take 2 to 3 years to sign deals. If they do sign a deal, then they won't be able to cope with what is available, and they'll have to expand the operations, which is ultimately what we're pushing for. So we're hoping for any one of them to sign deals. What also happens is the individual businesses that join have off-site meetings with interested parties away from the expo, which is also arranged by the district with the contacts of Mr. or Dr. Yu, then arranges and engages with the different interested parties from China. So yes, we're expanding, yes, we're growing, and yes, there's a lot of benefit with being part of this. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO. Councillor Bandana, what is your question of clarity?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hear what the CFO is actually explaining to us. But CFO, any expo is measured and valued in rands and cents. My previous councillors asked just a simple question. I'll put it to you that in Patense, we've got a company called Miracle Comfrey, also went with this expo. Now, one is anticipating, because the response was supposed to be last year, December. However, the same company, it retrenched. Now, one wants to look in terms of the practical side of it, because if LED has got a section that actually have got an aftermath of the visits and looked in terms of setting up the memos, not only with us, Sarah Bartman anchoring also with the provincial government, so that whatever was happening on terms
Councillor,
of
your
the
time
admin.
is up for the clarity question. Please finish.
So my question still stands in terms of this tour. Are we just touring for the sake of touring? Here in Patense, I've got a year to measure, and it really did not yield any results. What is to be done?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor van der Linde, your question of clarity.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm really also covered by Councillor Bandana. My question wasn't answered properly. What still is the benefits to the smaller business this side? And then we must engage. I hear what the CFO said, but then we must engage with the companies who went over and say, what is the positives? What is the negatives? How can we improve? So that's not that much companies who go overseas to form a report on that. So it's easier. So my question is also, what does our milk is different and our honey different than rest of the world? And yeah, this is a problem. What I just want to know, do we get a value for our money? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gludlu, your question of clarity.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I'm just waiting for the unmute button to think. No, my take is just a note of appreciation that if you look at page 286, 287, Speaker, you see that we are actually exporting, or the company that actually went exporting went with finished products. So we're not only sending out raw materials as it used to be in the past, and that used to not add any benefit to us or to our businesses, but that we are exporting finished products. This also includes Woodlands, which to a lot of people don't know, but Woodlands produces almost 30 different products. So, and they went with that whole range, I think minimum of 20 that they are looking for export markets, and we are pivoting to China, Speaker. So I'm very happy about this.
Thank you,
And I think
Councillor.
it's the
Time
beginning
up.
of it's a beginning of a great start. Thank you.
Thank you. CFO, would you like to answer on the questions that Van der Linde also had, the benefits and the positives and negatives on the feedback of the companies that were overseas and what we've learned? Now, do we go forward? Thank you, CFO.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, no, I do think that's an excellent idea in terms of them presenting the experiences and the benefits. But what I can say is Woodlands on its own, joining our stand and joining us to the expo says a lot. And I do believe they had very good engagements. Obviously, they're not going to talk out of turn, but when they do, or if they did land something, they'll definitely let us know. But for the products that went with, I think it's an excellent idea for them to present to council in terms of their experiences. Right, then we'll see the real benefit. I do know that obviously from a tourism side, there are Chinese coming through after obviously presenting over there, as well as products where engagements are happening, where deals will be signed. When the councillor raised the issue of the miracle cream, I do believe there was issues in it in terms of packaging, but the discussions with the company did happen, and hopefully they will then adapt to the requirements of what was told to them. So obviously it's a learning experience between local and the export market, because ultimately the export market will say we prefer it like that and prefer it like that, and if you're interested in adapting, you will then do accordingly. But I will set up that session in terms of getting feedback, and then I can put a report, and then we'll have an internal discussion in how that can take place. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO, for that feedback. Do I have any objections on this item? Councillor Bandana?
Objections per se, it must move forward. We are quite looking forward to this urgent proposition that was brought into the resolution by the CFO of the company, presenting to all of us as council, and also invite various business IDCs and everything, so that we can have a very comprehensive package. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so I don't see any objections to this item, and thank you for the healthy debate on this one. So this item carries forward, so it carries. MMC Ruth, back to you for FED 5.
Thank you, Speaker. FED 5 is the KLT funding for this year, 25-26, which is the COHOL Local Tourism Organisation funding. It's to be found on page 295 with the recommendations on page 297. I'm tabling the item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. So first speaker on this item is Councillor Bandana.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, if you are coming from all over the world, when you land in OR Tambo, the last time I checked, there was a big billboard that shows Bavians Mega Reserve, a heritage site. So when we speak about tourism, I'm actually looking in terms of the plan being cascaded in terms of our community, not in paper and in ink, but it should be strategic efforts because we want to reduce unemployment in our community. If perhaps there's no chance that we can learn on this, I will ask the LED department to take an excursion of our own local tourism LED department just for a tour in Soweto. And then they can go to Orlando West so that they can see we've got good heritage here of the koi, the curry in Andreskral. We've got the best curry markers in Andreskral. As gele kan noya so en imens duba for gele sal klom Afrikaans praat en Engels as gele uitkom in Andreskral. So these are the things that we want all these tourists to understand our heritage and what were the kois eating in the Andreskral. There are studies in the NMU that can be learned and integrated in the koi culture and so on. So we can't have a tourism that is Eurocentric. It must speak about us as Africans. It must ngati thina bantu. They want to know about us abantu, not Europeans. Please, can we have tourism even if we fund it? That speaks
1 minute,
about
Councillor.
that speaks about the Xhosa, that speaks about the Mfengu, that speaks about the koi and the sand. Please, man, I'm asking for this year now. At least there should be practical and pragmatic programs from LED. Please, CFO, can we push these officials to go to our heritage with the universities? There's a lot to be learned about us from the tourist community. Our things are dying. Our culture is dying in our hands. Never. Ngos.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker on the KLTM funding is Councillor Zona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think the latter speaker, Councillor Mbandana, has covered me on a number of issues, but I really want maybe, in particular when it comes to the tourism of Gamdus Valley, because I believe, Madam Speaker, not a lot is happening here anymore. They were driving the jazz festival, but other than that, there's not much that's being done. But I'm going to appeal perhaps I know that this item speaks to funding for these various offices, tourism offices in Kouga, but for our LED section or tourism unit, if such exists, to be involved with these tourism offices in support, because I think they really need support from us as government. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor van der Linde, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what is worrying me is the tourism body admit they can't sustain themselves without the municipality, and that's a worrying factor. What are we going to do to help them can stand on their own feet, Madam Speaker? And then I want to know what controls are in place to make sure that funders, organizations are compliant with the MFA. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what are we going to do in the long term for all this event companies to stand on their own feet without funding from the municipality? I know the municipality have obligations to the community, but I want to know what we're going to do to help them or what to stand on their own feet. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give back to the CFO. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. So just the first speaker, Councillor Mbandana, talking about heritage, that was or it is part of the tourism marketing plan. You'll see that a heritage audit will be conducted, and obviously from there, the designing of heritage, routes will emanate from there. So that is part of the plan. And yes, we are engaging the university that's very much interested in assisting us in with that process. Then with regards to the MFMA, I'm not sure why the MFMA is brought in here when it comes to the LTOs. They are an organization on their own, and they do not need to comply with the MFMA. The municipality needs to comply with the MFMA, which we do comply with. They don't need to comply with the MFMA. And when it comes to the sustainability of the tourism officers, the tourism officers obviously assist the municipality in a mandate of the municipality with regards to tourism marketing. And that's why we obviously offer some sort of assistance. Sustainability, the different officers have identified that they do certain events that is known as an event of that particular tourism office, and that's how they drive sustainability as well as membership fees. So we will be engaging with the 3 tourism officers, and we will then obviously put the sustainability issue on the table to get a better idea of how far they are from being sustainable. Remember, it's not the way they set it up. They have their own constitution. They determine what they want to do, and we obviously support them in that. But it's not our responsibility to ensure that they are sustainable. They need to be sustainable as a organization or a body on their own, and that's why we only co-fund the officers. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO, for that clarity. Do I have any questions of clarity? Further clarity questions? Do I have any objections for this item to be adopted? Thank you, councillors. I don't see any objections, so this item carries. MMC Ruth, back to FED 7.
Thanks, Speaker. FED 7 is on page 303. It's the 2026 sponsorship for the winter fishing skins competition held a couple of years. Recommendations on page 307. I table the item.
Thank you very much. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Nzalani.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I am audible.
Yes, you are, Councillor. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, on this item, there's a lot of concern. Yes, I understand when I go through it, it's help for it's help for our environmental, especially the NSRI, National Sea Rescue Institute, and also the SPCA. But my concern is that always this fishing industry or fishing festival is going to on one side, especially in far side of Kamtus. Although there is fishing sites here like Cromer River in St. Francis Bay, why can it not move this side and other side? And another question, we do have a lot of our people who are interested to do in this to enter in this competition of fishing, especially when they always go with their stock fishing to St. Francis Bay, especially the area of Ward 4, Ward 5, and also some of the Ward 6 people, they go to the area of Crom River. But at least can they not have also opportunity or on this fishing competition? Because when I see it, there's a lot of money that is input there, sponsorship is going in, and I don't see at least our black people must also be part on it. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker on the item is Councillor Mbandana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think will sound like a scratched record. Honorable Speaker, we are in a fledgling democracy that is growing, and we are perhaps looking in terms of developing the whole of Gouga so that all can benefit. If I take back to the legends of 1958, when they said and they came together and developed a very comprehensive document called the Freedom Charter, that the wealth of the country will be shared amongst all of its people. We've been raising this issue of wealth. Perhaps let me actually bring another proposition that says, Councillor Zana raised a jazz issue that was not held last year. Patense had also a citrus festival that died a long time ago during the time of Gerrit Ace and so on. When are we going to have concerted efforts that actually goes all over the other areas? This is
Councillor, Councillor Madonna, there's a point of order. Please, Honourable Mayor.
Speaker, no, just a hand to talk. Thank you.
You, Councillor Bandana, we're listening to your question. Councillor Bandana, you just have over a minute left to speak. Councillor Bandana, are you finished speaking or would you like to continue? Councillor Mbandana, you still have just over a minute left, a third opportunity to unmute yourself.
Oh, okay, thank you. I was just saying that as the African National Congress, non-racially, we support this event. It can proceed. However, we are saying there should be deliberate actions from the CFO's office, help our community, the Luri Train Festival that was held, the Hanky Jazz, Patensi Citrus, so that our community can also have this benefit and share in wealth of Gouga. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for all your recommendations and notes and things. Honourable Mayor, you're the next speaker on my item.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to remind Council again, and I often do this when we have items like this in front of us. Gouga Municipality is not an events company. We don't run events. If Councillor Madana wants a citrus festival in Patensi, then you should get somebody who can arrange it and ask us for money, and we'll support if it is feasible that such a festival can take place successfully. We will support it. It's not, we are not going to go out and look for somebody to arrange a festival, nor are we going to arrange a citrus festival in Patensi. It's not what our function is as a municipality. We are there to support those who can do it, who's got the ability and the experience to do it, and it actually brings in money into our town. The fishing industry, I learned recently, brings in millions and millions of rands into our municipality every single year. It is a huge industry for Jeffreys Bay. Not for Jeffreys Bay, sorry, for Gouga Municipality. Jeffreys Bay also, obviously, but through the whole coastline, from the Gamtoos all the way to Oyster Bay. It is a huge industry for our municipality. And we need to make sure that this remains a high quality fishing, not only fishing competition, but a fishing industry and an economic injection into our local economy. Because people don't just come here, fish and take their fish and go. No, they sleep here, they spend their money in our restaurants, they buy food, they visit all sorts of other excursions. They come to fish, but they stay for other things. And that means they spend their money. If businesses do well, jobs are created. If jobs are created, people can have a better life. That's the end result of what events like this does for our local economy. we have to make sure that things like this takes place properly. That's why the surfing competition that's going on at the moment is so valuable to us. That's why this fishing industry is so valuable to us. That's why we need to continually do this. We can't ask them to go fish in St. Francis. It's not our event. We didn't arrange this. We don't arrange this, and we'll never arrange a fishing competition as a municipality. So we can't dictate to them where they must or mustn't fish. It's important that they arrange this, and we support as a municipality events that grows our economy. So we have to continually do that if we want to see, and we as a municipality are getting value for money from this, because if businesses grow, if people are able to earn a living, they're able to pay rates and taxes to us as a municipality, and therefore our economy or our budget as a municipality also can grow. So it makes sense in the bigger scheme of things to support events like this. So I'm in support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor van der Linde, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in principle, I'm in support with this event. I just want to know who did the forecast on this event and what sources did they use to come to the amount of 6.5 million rand contribution to our local economy. I just want to know who verified and how did they make their sums to put in our documents 6.5 million income to the Kouga, not to the Kouga, to the region of Kouga region. Yeah, how did they do that? Thanks a lot, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. CFO, maybe some feedback if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. So the event organizers submits that information. They obviously, it's not the first time that this event is taking place in Kouga. When you look at the report, what we do, we obviously do a high-level assessment in terms of the reasonability of that. If you look at least 400 anglers, this is a family event that does take place. So obviously the anglers doesn't come on their own, they come with their families. And if you look at 400 versus 2 to 3 people coming in, you're looking at between 800 and 1,500 people coming into the competition. So if you take that and you divide it by the 6.5, you then obviously come with a figure of around 5,000 rand that's spent. So you obviously test reasonability like that. You also look at the jobs created. They indicate that they will create around 35 jobs, and it's a combination of factors when we then compare obviously the 160,000 contribution from the municipal side. So you look at 160,000 and you look at the benefit. So obviously we can't say the 6.5 is 100% accurate, but you look at reasonability and it then makes sense. So we take all those factors into account before putting a recommendation to council. So for 160,000, and that's the benefit to businesses, then it makes complete sense. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO, for that clarity. Any questions of clarity? Thank you, councillors. Any objections on this item? Councillor van der Linde, yes, you have a question of clarity.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, not a question of clarity, just a remark. So yeah, it's actually, in the old days, we can say a little bit of fun suck, but I'm in support of it. I think it's a good event. I listened to what the mayor also said in the mayoral committee. There's a lot of money making out of the fishing industry. So yes, I'm in support, but like I said, it's actually a fun suck to the 6.5 million. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mbandana, question of clarity?
No, Honorable Chair, ek moet dit in Afrikaans dis ons support die item, maar dit is in Afrikaans duimseeg 6 miljoen. So as niks om dit te verduidelik wat plausible is nie, maar die item word gesupport, maar ons vra dat hy groter raak. In die toekoms nog, ons moet stop met die redemptiegery. Ons werk hierso met MFMA. We are working with policies that are very strict on finances. Thank you.
Councillor. So I have support for this item and I don't have any objections. Thank you, councillors. So FED 7 carries. MMC Ruth, over to you for FAD 8. FED 8.
Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please continue.
Apologies, I was kicked off on my laptop. I'm working on my phone. I'm not sure if it's showing up as my name. Thank you, Speaker. FED 8 is a very worrying item that our portfolio committee requested to bring through to council. It is the State Department accounts aging as at the 31st of March 2026. This is on page 314, Speaker. It is very dismaying to see that our state departments currently owe us 17 million rand. 4% of our total outstanding debt is owed by our intergovernmental departments. And it is requested that council views this with the seriousness with which the portfolio committee viewed it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Foley, you're the first speaker on the item.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I also want to echo what Councillor Ruth said. The fact that we are owed this amount by the State Department is very worrisome to us as an institution. And Speaker, I therefore want to make an additional recommendation, if you will allow. I want to recommend that the accounting officer engages with the Department of National Treasury to request that the departments that owe COGA, that their equitable share will be withheld till they settle the debt with COGA local municipality. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have anybody seconding this added recommendation? Councillor van der Linde.
Speaker, I will definitely support that.
Thank you very much. And while you're online, you are my next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, actually, I can just echo what Councillor Roux said and Foley. It's quite a worrying factor, and I think that's one of this resolution what Councillor Foley suggests now can help a lot. But we must start cutting the electricity as we do with our residents. They are like a residence for us, so we must do that. Where I come from, I told you previously, that's what we did in Detsabotla, and I can promise you we did get a lot of money in chop. So let's start acting on the government buildings as we act on the residents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ruth, would you like to add or give over back to the CFO to comment?
Thanks, Speaker. Yes, just to confirm with what Councillor van der Linde has said, we have cut in some of the offices, but a lot of this is also land where obviously there is nothing to cut on properties that are not yet developed. And then obviously as a caring municipality, we cannot cut things like the clinics and the hospitals and the schools where, for example, the Department of Health and the Department of Education, Department of Public Works owes money. So it is very complicated, but we have been cutting, and I'm sure CFO will also confirm some of that. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that clarity. Do I have any objections on the item with the added recommendations? Thank you, Councillor. So this item carries. MMC Roof, back to FED 9.
Thank you, Speaker. FED 9 is the Development Bank of South Africa, the DBSA non-lending support, part of the partner district program. And it's on page 336 and is welcomed by the municipality in terms of assistance with our master plans and what follows from master plans. So an exciting grant from the Development Bank and assistance recommendations on page 339. Our tabled item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. So my first speaker on the item is Councillor Zana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When this item, I was reading it, when I saw just reading my agenda item, I then thought, yay, we are now again going to borrow money from DBSA. But no, the item is not that, Madam Speaker. But I think, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the issue of stormwater challenges, sanitation challenges that we have in Gouga, I think we must maximize the opportunity as Gouga and then apply for this grant funding. But what we are going to then appeal on as the ANC component, Madam Speaker, is that we so wish that in Gouga, we are going to be serviced equitably across different wards where we have serious challenges pertaining to water and sanitation, so that these master plans must really speak to it. And then when we are done with this master plan, the implementation plan of these master plans should not be selective, but should really be driven by the challenges that are faced by the communities. We are therefore in support of this grant funding, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mbandana, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've attentively listened to my Chief Whip that we are going for a loan. However, Chief Whip, there are a plethora of funds that we can get in Gouga so that we can actually submit our master plans. Perhaps, I'm sure, yesterday we had an IDP and we're speaking about the sewer in plant in correctional service, where our committee was saying that area rakes and cut the yellow area. So I'm sure it's not included in this master plan, and we are an exporting town that exports food to the international market. And really, it's not included. Despite the fact that there's also a back and forth in Gouga about this correctional service plant, but Ramaphosa community sewer goes to that area, and we still need to integrate our town, and we still integrate Patensi, Citrus, old areas, and so on. So I'm sure this master plan should reflect that. But when the president spoke earlier this year, he was speaking about critical infrastructure funding. And the Minister of Finance also. These billions and billions of rands. Is it not possible that we call also all these fellows from national money that we are not going to pay back? It's free money. Can't we engage with the national and both the province and the national, from the premier and the presidential and all the other ministries? So we are not putting forward proposals that are going to be funded by them. So I'm sure going for a loan whilst there's free money does not make any business sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think, Councillor, you've got it wrong. This is not an additional loan. It's just add on the loan that they are giving us these agreements. We're just putting it forward. Councillor Roof, I'll give it over to you. I just want to give over to Councillor van der Linde, then I'll give back to you. Thank you, Councillor van der Linde.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to know, is the municipality at risk of losing some of this grant funding due to underspending? Is there possible and non-compliance? Is there a possibility on that, Madam Speaker? Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ruth, do you have some additional notes before I give over to the CFO?
Yes, Speaker, I would encourage my fellow councillors to read this item. This is an application for grant funding. It's not a loan. It's not unspent money. It's an application for the grant funding that we're entitled to apply for. Thank you, Speaker. The horse is not out of the starting blocks yet. So if people can just read the recommendations and the full item, maybe they will get clarity. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC Roo, for that clarity. I think she's also answered. Are there any other additional questions on this? Clarity questions? Any objections on this item? Thank you, councillors. This item carries. MMC Roof, FED 10.
Thank you, Speaker. FED 10 is the usual report, the Supply Chain Management Section 36 deviations for the month of March 2026, which appears on page 340. And then just encouraging councillors to read the conditions under which deviations are allowed under MFMA, and then look at the recommendations on page 342. I table the item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The first speaker on FED 10 is Councillor Zana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to perhaps I just want to check page 140. It's FED 10, right, Madam Speaker?
Yes, that's correct. FED 10.
Quickly jump back to... No, Madam Speaker, I wanted to ask, I see the causeway on the Siekui one. I recently know that there was some construction work that was done, but we are not challenging that there's maybe the MMC responsible for this section must understand where we are coming from when we are questioning deviations. We understand correctly how and when, under what circumstance it must happen. So when we are asking about them, it should not be taken that we are attacking. Pardon me, but for example, we know for a fact that there was a tender that went out for the construction or the work that was done at the Siekui causeway. Now, there's a deviation then subsequent to that. Now, it's well within our right to ask under what circumstances did this deviation occur, because when you read the body or here on the item itself, it does not state what really happened for that. And there's a second one I wanted to ask about Bambelela. It's on page, sorry, there's a Bambelela one. I can't see it now. Don't have my notes, but it's a rental of offices. I just wanted clarity on that. I think it's within the section of the deputy MM. I just want clarity in terms of that. For what are these offices? Okay, it's on page 344, Bambelela Property Development.
1 minute, Councillor.
I just want clarity on the approval of rental of office space for 3 years. I just want clarity in terms of this one. I might come back when there is an answer given. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mbandana, you're the next speaker before I give to the CFO.
Honorable Chair, thank you. Just want to compare apples with apples. I see here we can just deviate with an amount of 1 point something million for Siekui. But here in Patense, I've been raising it. Mama Martini, in a stormwater where there's a serious challenge, she was now again underwater. She needed to be lifted with a wheelchair. Why can't such deviations also happen to her as a citizen of South Africa, as an elderly? I've raised this matter since 2022. where a house is always flooded. Plans were done, everything. To me, it's a very serious embarrassment that we cannot care for a fellow South African, a citizen of Patensi, in this manner, where an elderly Mamunomdakazana Matini, when it rains, she should be worried that she needs to be wheelchair lifted out of her house, damages in their house, still no response to that effect. I'm just worried. We can quickly deviate. Yes, here we need attention, but what about Patensi?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Roof, do you have something to add before I give to the CFO?
Thank you, Speaker. I think we are slightly off topic, but Councillor Madonna, we have the same issue in Sea Vista where roads were built, where houses were built under the levels of the road and people flood. And I requested from Department of Human Settlements Province 2 years ago for emergency houses for those people, which are yet to be delivered. So I'm not sure if Councillor Madonna has worked through Human Settlements, but that would be the ideal route to go. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. CFO, could I maybe get some answers on the causeway and the rental that was asked? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. So yes, correctly, we have appointed LRC Civils on the Sequoia, and then subsequently there was additional work that was required. And obviously it's impractical to then follow supply chain processes to appoint another service provider where there is a current service provider that is working on the project. So it was impractical, and therefore we had to then conclude with that deviation. When it came to Bambela is the property, Voltemade property that we do rent, and that is obviously through a deviation because it's impractical to follow supply chain to hire a property of that nature. And like I explained before, we did a detailed assessment before we actually entered into a rental agreement with the company many years ago, where there was no other property that could accommodate the municipality at that point in time. So that is the deviation for Voltemade property. Chair, Speaker, if for the one on the Sequoia, for the additional work, if maybe the acting director can add to that if it's necessary. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of clarity? I don't see any hands. Councillor van der Linde, question of clarity.
Speaker, my concern is, and I will again oppose this, but I just want to know, how does council ensure that deviations are not being abused to bypass procurement rules? And that's a worrying factor. I can understand the wastewater plants and stuff break, and then they need urgent repairs and that. But there's a lot of what if they can go out on tenders. So I'm worried about they're busy bypassing procurement rules, and we as council gonna sit with red faces. So yes, so I'm again I will not approve, but I will note it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van der Linde. CFO, just clarity on deviations. I think there's a misconcept. They do still follow procurement processes.
Thank you, Speaker. So deviation is a form of supply chain process, and you're deviating on a particular section within the procurement. It doesn't mean that there's a blank canvas in terms of we're going with this and nothing else needs to be met. So whether it's value for money, whether they registered CSD, all those different requirements are still present when you do deviate. You're just deviating either impractical, the section 36, there's 5 reasons that you're allowed to deviate, and it needs to meet that requirements. So just to give the councillor some comfort, we do have internal audit. Internal audit is required to review supply chain as a mandatory section, and then obviously AG as well scrutinizes that. And a clean audit will not be achieved if there are issues within any supply chain issues, because it immediately raises irregular expenditure. And luckily or thankfully, because of systems and processes, we have managed to achieve the clean audit with no supply chain findings in the past 2 years. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO, for that clear clarification. MC Roof, just a last word before we go to voting.
Sorry, Speaker, just a clarity. Councillor van der Linde, did he question whether we are not following procurement, or did he state that we're not following our procurement rules? If we can just get clarity. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor van der Linde, the way I understood it is you were thinking that they're doing deviations to bypass certain procurement processes. Just some clarity on that, Councillor van der Linde.
Madam Speaker, I say my concern is it can happen. So I didn't say they do. I said it's a concern that they can misuse that deviations. Thank
you,
you.
Councillor. I just want to check, was the answer that the CFO gave us sufficient?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Mayor.
Speaker, I just want to confirm what the CFO said. It is if deviations are abused or misused, as Councillor van der Linde is saying, then we would get audit queries, then we would get findings, then we would not get a clean audit. There's very strict regulations around deviations and what can and cannot be deviated on, for what reasons you can and cannot deviate, and so forth and so forth. So deviations, like we've said in the past, deviations is not an illegal thing. It is a legislated legal process. If it is impractical or an emergency or certain other criteria, that if you cannot follow normal procurement processes for whatever reason, you can deviate from those processes. It's a legal thing to do. There are, like I said, very strict guidelines to deviate, and we follow those, and therefore we've gotten 2 consecutive clean audits. So to say or suggest that processes can or might be bypassed is neither here nor there. If processes are bypassed, if reasons are insufficient, and so forth, we would get audit findings. So therefore, I think there's loads of trees to bark up into, but this is definitely not one of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Committee services, we have to go to a vote because we have an indication that people are not in support. Please, councillors, vote. The poll is in front of you. Please, councillors, please vote. Councillors, please vote. Councillor Roof, we have noted your vote in the chat box. Any other councillors having issues? Councillors, we're going to close the poll. Thank you for voting.
16 in favour, 3 not in favour, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you, councillors. We have 16 in favour, 3 not in favour, 0 abstain. This motion carries. MMC Roof, you may continue to FED 11. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Our mandatory items, the monthly budget statements for the period from July to March 2026, and the financial state of affairs of the municipality as at the 31st of March 2026. That's the last 3 quarters. It is FED 11 on page 346, and the recommendations are on page 349. Table item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The first speaker on the item is Councillor van der Linde.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I just maybe I missed it. I didn't pick it up. You know, it's a long agenda for one person, and then I'm a short person too. So I just want to know, Madam Speaker, what is the current year-to-date percentage over the approved budget for financial year 25-26? What is the percentage on expenditure? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for that question. Councillor Mbandana, you're the next speaker on the item.
Okay, only one item I want to check in terms of critical areas and where we've got challenges of disaster. Is the municipal liquid, except for grant funding and reserve fund, own internal resources? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zano, you're the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, mine will speak to the issue. I see that there's a reflection of a 20.9 million surplus, cash surplus from us, but I think most of this cash is more of borrowed money. And I see also that, and it raises serious concerns to me in terms of our cash flow and sustainability when it comes to issues of service delivery. But I also want to ask, Madam Speaker, because I see on page is now 351 that there's some funds that were not unspent conditional grants to the tune of 41 million, and then unspent borrowings from DBSA, which is 64. So 64 million. I wanted clarity around what's the reason for them not being spent. I'll wait for the response from the MMC of the CFO. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to give to the CFO to answer the questions that was asked by the councillors. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Speaker. So the first question talking to year-to-date expenditure, if you look at page 355, page 355 indicates there's 67.22%. That's the total expenditure to date as at the end of March. Then if we look at is the municipality liquid, I think all the ratios is quite clear. Let me just go to the page. On page 351, we do present to council the current ratio, liquidity ratio, cost coverage, which obviously talks directly to liquidity of the municipality. You'll see current ratio 1.46 to 1. That is a clear indication whether we can afford all our debt, which is clear. Our liquidity ratio is there, and cost coverage is obviously talking directly to liquidity. So yes, I can confirm that we are liquid. Then the question from Councillor Zana, talking to the breakdown in terms of whether we have the surplus or why the surplus is on 20 million, and it's concerning. Just to address the concerned councillor, the application of cash is the 20 million is after taking into account unspent borrowing. So it's not the DBSA that's making us look as if we have cash. We're removing the DBSA as a commitment, and that's why we show it as application of cash. So 64 million is part of the 100 million that we received. And obviously, after taking that into account, we are still 21 million strong in terms of cash reserves after commitments. Then if you look at conditional grants, there's 42 million over there, and obviously that is still part of being spent, but we remove it to show the application of the cash, and that's fully committed as part of our budget process. And after that, we still have 21 million in surplus. So that's why we show that breakdown from cash back reserves versus application of cash. Speaker, I think that was the only questions that I had. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that clarity. Are there any other questions of clarity on the questions that was asked? Councillor Gertenbach.
Thank you, Speaker. I asked to be a speaker on this, but must have been blown out of the window. I want to acknowledge the Section 71 report. There are positives and there are negatives. The positives is that we're still in a surplus of 61 million. The current collection rate is 92%, which is a positive. And the repair and maintenance increased satisfactorily, which is a positive. When we go to the negatives, the capital expenditure is still low, like the CFO has explained. The overdue customer debts is up by 13.3%. The cost coverage is 0.69%. And according to Treasury, it must be at least 3 months, so that is a concern. And the last one is the property rates is at 78%. We are supposed to be at 75 at this time of the year with the month past. And some residents pay their property rates a year in advance. So I'm just concerned that if we carry on like that, that we will not reach our targets in terms of collection of property rates. Thank you, Speaker. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor. I will look into it because I have you on FED 13, but I will check when we get to that item. This item is for noting. So thank you for all the questions and all the clarity questions. MMC roof, we don't have to vote on this, so we can move to FED 12. Thank you, MMC.
Thank you, Speaker. FED 12 is the Supply Chain Management Report, the quarterly implementation report for the third term of 25-26 financial year. It is on page 396, recommendations on the following page. I table the item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Mbandana. Thank you, Councillor. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we're still holding up to the legal practical aspect of our supply chain aspects of moving forward. But Chair, I'm still requesting in the next council meeting, I remember in the previous council administration and others, when it comes to supply chain, we will give all other aspects that were taken and also mitigating factors. But now we're given just a synopsis report. Can't we get a special item or special item that reflects on these issues of supply chain so that we can measure? Because there is a very serious challenge on implementation and the steps taken towards implementation. I'm requesting in the next council meeting, can we develop a booklet that is attached to the council? When we speak about supply chain issues, we know in electricity, in any department, I'm pleading for that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor van der Linde, you're the next speaker on the item.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Maybe the CFO or I don't know who else can give us a little bit feedback on 8.6 million on deviations for this quarter. On community services was 4.7 million. And then worrying or I want clarity on the food and mouth disaster. Yeah, I can see how much that we spent, but why did we spend it? Is it not a government responsibility? I know we stepped in to help the farmers and stuff, but can we recover that money from the government? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. That's the end of my speakers. CFO, back to you for some clarity.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the first Councillor Bandana, the way I understood it, he believes there's a lot of issues within supply chain, and he wanted a full report on all the issues and not just a synopsis of the quarter. I don't believe there's major issues the way it's reflected, and therefore the quarterly report for us is sufficient unless council feels otherwise. Then the issue on deviations. So it's important to note the previous report, which forms part of this quarter that was tabled to council, included the fires, which made up the majority of the 4.7. So if you look at, I think if I remember, it's 3.6 million together with the other one. So that alone makes up almost 4 million of community services. Then with regards to foot and mouth, yes, there was a JOC meeting, and obviously there's responsibilities that the municipality have versus province, and for the ones that the municipality is responsible for, the department did deviate. I think there was 2 deviations with regards to trenching and then fencing to obviously prevent the roaming animals from moving out of the designated areas, to obviously protect the rest of the animals within Gouga. Those were the key deviations from community services. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any questions of clarity? No questions of clarity. Do I have any objections on this item? I don't see any objections. Thank you, Councillor. So this item carries. Back to you, MMC Roo, for FED 13.
Thank you, Speaker. We're on the final item for finance and economic development in this part of the agenda, FED 13. It's from Budget and Treasury. It's the withdrawals from the municipal bank account for the quarter ended 31st of March 2026. On page 422, the item starts recommendations on page 424. Thank you, Speaker. Tabling the item.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gertenbach, I have you on this item. I'm not sure if you would like to speak on this item as well.
Sorry, Speaker, it was on the previous item that I had comments. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I don't have any other speakers, and we didn't have a question on this. This item is only for noting. So council note this item. This is the end of the FED. I would like to suggest a 5-minute comfort break, and we will see you in 5 minutes. Committee services, 5 minutes just to have a quick comfort break. Thank you very much. Welcome back, councillors. I hope you had a quick comfort break. I am moving to item number 17.2, reports by the Chairperson, Planning and Development. Honourable Mayor, for your planning and development.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd like to table the items for planning and development. And if the Deputy Mayor is back from his smoking break, he'll be handling it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jantjies. You may continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and good afternoon to all my colleagues in the meeting. Reports by the Chairperson, Planning and Development. I'm on PD3, page 428 to 485. This is the request for the consent and proposed removal of the restrictive title deed conditions to be imposed by council. This is the church property where we're giving permission for the erection of a 25-meter monopole. I table this item to council for approval. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. I don't have any speakers on this item. Do I have any objections on this item? Any objections on this item? I don't see any hands or any objections. Thank you, Council. So PD3 carries. Councillor Nzalani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think on this item, I am the speaker there in 428, if I'm not mistaken. Don't know if
Yes, Councillor.
my chief whip did.
Councillor, I'll check. I do have you on PD4.
Okay, no, it's PD4, yes. Thank you.
Yes, PD4. Yes, I've just checked the email. Then that's the next one. Thank you, Councillor. I'll give you opportunity as soon as we table that item. So I don't have any objections on this item. Thank you, Councillor. So this item carry. Back to you, Deputy Mayor, for PD4.
Thank you, Speaker. PD4 is on page 486 to 491. And this is the property that's currently being leased by Mansdorp SPCA. This is the extension of the lease of the property. And I table this item as discussed in the portfolio meeting to council for approval. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nzalani. Now you're welcome to speak on the item.
I am audible, Speaker.
Yes, you are. Please continue.
Yes. Thank you very much, Speaker. Let them take this opportunity as a component of the ANC. We are in support of this item because the reason that because it is very helpful for our people who have especially animals who are in house animals. I'm talking about the dogs and cats, because it will be very far for them to go far away, especially on Wednesdays. They help very much for our people, and it is a long time even. When as a person who grew up, was born here in Humansdorp, and especially in KwaNomzamo, the SPCA operating there, and it's very helpful. So I'm in good support on that. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't have any other speakers. Do I have any objections on this item? I don't see any hands for objections. Thank you, Councillor. So this item carries. Back to you, Deputy Mayor, for PD5.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. PD5 is on page 492 to 498. This is an in-principle approval and authorization to advertise the elevation of the F13, which is a municipal house in Potensi, for possible procurement by the employee who's applying. I table this meeting and mayoral committee meeting to council for the approval, in principle approval, so that we can advertise. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Mbandana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's good when we are, as a council, taking some concerted effort for the dignity of our employees to be in possession of property. However, I was asked by Anna Data, who also is applying for ERF300, is it when it's DA members that are applying, items go quickly to council? When it's ANC or EFF, they take a number of years before they come to council. It's just a question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zana, you the next speaker on the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, mine is I'm not opposed to the item as Councillor Mbandana has raised. I'll equally want to ask in terms of other municipal properties in the form of houses. I remember there was a house that we wanted to change into a BNB. I just wanted to check now that we are disposing this house that is being acquired by a municipal employee that requested, is currently using it. What's the status of the others? Just out of interest sake. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Honourable Mayor, you the next speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd just like to ask Councillor Mbandana if he can point out to me on the application form where it should indicate, people should indicate their political affiliation, please, if you can show me that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor Mbandana, would you like to give the Mayor some feedback on that?
I'll show him T-shirts of them when they drive with my Spala Baki campaigning for the DA.
Thank you, Councillor. When you see it, please send us a photo. You're welcome to send it to the Speaker's office when you see it. Councillor Roof, I don't see you as a speaker. Do you have some info that you would like to add?
Thank you, Speaker. No, just clarity on Councillor Mbandana's question about whether he remembers all of the municipal houses that were given to municipal workers in Sea Vista in about 2021 and what followed. And maybe just to remind him that Councillor Nchota herself, an ANC member, lives in one of those houses. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I would like to give to Director Ramakawela just to give some clarity on the houses, some of the properties. I know the one in Diana Crescent is the beautiful Shipwreck Museum at the moment.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think on the first one from Councillor Mbandana, we don't look at any political affiliation. In fact, even with the current tenant, we don't even know if they are affiliated to any political party. So I can confirm that we don't even look at that as a department, and we don't have any of that information. On the issue of other properties, yes, Councillor Zana, we want to bring few other properties. So what we've picked up recently is that there are so many other municipal properties that are getting vandalized. Others are just not being maintained. Having maintained this specific dwelling unit, to realize that it's very costly to maintain and we're not recouping the money. Even if we're going market value in these areas, we will have to maintain in few years and it's very costly. So we'll be bringing few other properties which we feel let's rather dispose. I think this was also discussed previously to say, let's ensure that there is ownership of these houses, either by municipal officials or any other member of the community who may be looking for a house. Because they are very costly to maintain, as I just mentioned. So we'll be bringing few more. We are doing an audit on all other municipal houses that we currently have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. Any clarity questions on this item? Councillor Mbandana, clarity question?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I know the director knows that we always go to his office. There's ERF300 next to the library. ERF 999. There's next one when you exit Patensi, where people of Andeskral were requesting so that they can get out of the farm and find some sort of space of building for them and for their dignity. I think I've started with this since they arrived, and I don't see them here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm sure the director will take note of that. Do I have any objections on this item? I don't see any hands. So, councillors, thank you. So this can, in principle, is approved. Thank you. This item carries. Deputy Mayor, PD 6.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. PD6 is on page 499, not 499, page 499 to 504. This is in principle approval and authorization to advertise for the alienation through the process of lease for the unregistered 3292 Niemannsdorp for the funeral home that is currently operating and expanding. I table this for the approval of council to advertise for approval today in this meeting. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Zalani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let I appreciate this item again because when you talk about 10 to 9 Hambaka funeral parlor is our late who passed away years ago, Mr. Clive Commons. Now he gave it to his son, and his son is operating there. And even they are renting there in Cosmos Center in Humansdorp. Now it is appreciating that as we are a component of the ANC, support it because when it comes to our Black community or Black people of our culture, it is a good thing that because it's a creating of jobs for our people here in Gouga. So I'm in support on this ERF 3292. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. You're the only speaker on the item. We didn't have questions. You're just in support of it. Do I have any other objections on this item? Thank you, Councillor. So this item also carries. Back to you, DMM, for Deputy Mayor for PD7.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. PD7 is similar to the one of SPCA. It's in principle approval and authorization to advertise through a lease to alienate portion 8783 to the J-Bay Animal Rescue. I table this item to council for approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't have any speakers on this item. Do I have any objections on this item to move forward? I don't see any hands for any objections. Thank you, councillors. PD7 also carries. Back to you, Deputy Mayor, for PD8.
Once again, thank you, Honourable Speaker. PD8 is on page 523 to 567. This is a very bulky item, which has been extensively discussed at our portfolio meeting not so long ago, as well as at the Mayoral Committee. And as per recommendations from the Mayoral Committee meeting that we had, if you look at the recommendations, we have now split the recommendations into 10.1 for the ones that are for sale and 10.2 the ones that indicate not. So I table this now to council for final approval of the alienation of the vacant municipal urban within our area. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Zana.
Can you just pass and come back to me, Madam Speaker? Just quickly collecting my notes. Thank you.
Councillor Zana, unfortunately, you're the only speaker on the item.
Is it PD12?
No, it is PD8. It's that bulky item with a lot of recommendations, what's included and excluded to be alienated.
Okay, I can't find my notes now. I thought it's item 12, but let me
It's
just
on page
perhaps note.
523, Councillor.
No, let me just note it, Madam Speaker. Thank
Okay.
you. If there's anything that follows, I will send it via email to
Email.
you. Question yes.
You are welcome.
Thank
So
you.
that's the end of my speakers. Do I have any objections on this item? I don't see any hands. Second option, any objections? Thank you, councillors. This item carries. Deputy Mayor, back to PD 10.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Page 568 to 574 is a request for council's in principle approval for the land of Victory for all the adjacent property that they are applying for to be consolidated with Earth 190 and Earth 197. Councillors, I table this item to council for in principle approval and advertisement to the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I've got Councillor Mbandana as a speaker on this item.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairs, the ANC wants support of the item. However, we are still pleading with the chairperson of this standing committee. There's African Gospel that was approved in Patensi. There's Assemblies of God next to the library, and many more other items that are coming. Can we at least fast track, because now these are delaying? As the ANC was saying, the item should move. No objections for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You're the only speaker on this item. Do I have any objections on this item? I don't see any hands. Thank you, Councillor. So this item carries. Back to you, Deputy Mayor, for PD 11.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. PD 11 is on page 575 to 586. This is to get council's approval to re-advertise the selling of Farm 184, Portion 1, Humansdorp Road, and the remainder of Farm 182, Humansdorp Road. This is an old council resolution from 2017, and then that we granted in principle approval. So today we are tabling this back to council for deliberation by council and approval. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. I don't have any speakers on this item. Do I have any objections? I don't see any hands, councillors. Any objections on this item to move forward? Thank you, councillors. This item also carries. Back to you, Deputy Mayor, for PD 12.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This is the last item for today from Planning and Development. We are on page 587 through to 597. And this is the sale of a portion of 499 Humansdorp, where we're doing the industrial development. Speaker, the recommendations is on 589, 10.1 through to 10.6. A request is made, Honourable Speaker, that the 10.1 reads council grant final approval for the alienation of a portion of 499 Humansdorp through a competitive bidding process. And we would like to request this to change to a direct sale in this item, please, Honourable Speaker. And I need council's approval for that, and also a seconder for the recommendation that changes, and the removal then of, or the amendment then of 10.6 as well. I table this item to council for deliberation. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Could you just repeat the recommendation so we have clarity at community services of the proposed added recommendation? Deputy Mayor
Thank you,
Yankee.
Honourable Speaker. Yes, I'm here. I just muted myself after I spoke, so I had to wait just for the unmute. Honourable Speaker, 10.1, that council grant final approval for the alienation through sale of a portion of Earth 499 Humansdorp through a direct sale procurement process, not a competitive bidding process. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Committee service note amend. Do I have a seconder on this amendment on 10.1? Councillor Gertenbach.
I would like to second.
Thank you very much. Before I go over to ask for objections, I have one speaker on this item. Councillor Zana, you are speaker on the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Perhaps I just want to note it be noted that we do support the item, but I just have a clarity, Madam Speaker. There's an attachment to this, and maybe it must be clarified, because when we support things, we support them on the basis that they will create jobs and opportunity for the life and livelihood, for the better of the livelihoods of our people. But I see here on the motivation of acquiring this land from council that this project will provide, I don't know if that's 50,000 permanent jobs. Now that's almost half of our population in Koga. Maybe, I don't know, is it 500 that was supposed to be returned, or 5,000, and still we still don't have an industry in Koga that employs 5,000 people on a permanent basis. So maybe that should just be clarified, and with the applicant. I understand the one of further seasonal, which is 100, but the 50,000 raises serious eyebrows on this. I'm not sure if just a typing a error in terms of a recording error, but it must be clarified. But it cannot be that we'll have such a huge industry. But it takes nothing away that we are in support of the application. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to give back to the Director, Ramakawela, just for clarity on the question on page 590.
Thank you, Speaker. I can confirm that it's an error in on the motivation, because on the previous item that came to council for in principle, it said 500 after discussion with the applicant. Unfortunately, it's not something we can prove at this stage still, but I think the basis for the motivation was seasonal worker, so it was supposed to be 500, and the applicant did confirm. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. Any clarity questions? Thank you, councillors. Do I have any objections with the amendment that was proposed and amended on 10.1? Councillor Mbandano.
Honorable Chair, I'm sure my clarity was also corrected by Councillor Zana. Thank you very much. And I think this is a much growing company, a young growing company in Koga, and we are looking forward as all residents of Koga to see a young entrepreneur that is growing, and basically put forward a proposition that the ANC is in support, and I believe all parties, because we want to see a very young person moving forward in our midst. Thank you very much, Speaker. We're in support of this item.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I just want to double check. Anybody else not in support of this item? Thank you, councillors. PD 12 also carries. This is the end of planning. Mayor, back to you for reports by the Chairperson, Community and Safety Services.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'd like to table the item for Community and Safety Services, and it will be handled by Alderman Benson from page 599. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alderman Benson, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I hope I'm audible. My item is the review and update of Koga Local Municipality Disaster Management Plan. And the recommendation on page 601, and it's only to be noted, but I just want the council know that we update our disaster management plan. So I table this item, Speaker.
Thank you very much. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Mbandana.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I'm sure when we actually speak about disaster plan in Kouga, always as African National Congress, we will support a plan. However, we are always having a challenge with our plans that are very dwarfish when it comes to the Gamtus area, which has got a big contingency of both the poorest community and the ratepayers. So we want to make it a point that whatever policy we are supporting, it must be able to reflect from Cambria up to the back part of Thornhill so that it can be serving our community well. So we're actually saying thanks to the Department of bringing a plan, but however, always your plans are not actually reflecting our communities when it comes to serious challenges. So we are in support, it must come to council, but it's practical implementation. That's where it's lacking. Hy sa takalosi kort bene as hy moet geïmplementeer raak in probleme van Kouga and the Gamtoos area. We support, however, the policy.
Thank you, Councillor. My next speaker is Councillor Zana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, perhaps I do note the item is presented by the MMC, Benson. But I also want perhaps to say, Madam Speaker, I think Kouga has now experienced a number of, I'll say, disasters, serious disasters, and maybe others that are medium in terms of the impact of the disasters. But I think what I've noticed with our disaster, there's a lack of mainstreaming disasters into our various directorates. Because when a disaster occurs, we are calling on the Office of the Disaster Management to be the one that is there. And as Kouga, if we are not going to mainstream, as we've learned out of the incursion that was in Thailand recently, we are going to be found wanting when we are hit by disasters. And I also know that there is a disaster relief funding that is available, but I would want us also maybe to have a dedicated budget when it comes to the issues of disaster, in particular when it comes to disaster management, because without funding, disasters are going to get the better of us, and without proper planning, they are going to get the better of us. Those are the only comments I wanted to make, but welcoming this plan, hopefully that when we are dealing with disasters, it will not be a certain person's baby, but everybody will join hands in dealing with resources in trying to deal with the disaster to try and redress whatever thing that they've come up with. So those were the only comments I wanted to make, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor, I'm sure the Director will appreciate your comments. This item is for noting, so I don't have to ask for objections. This brings me to the end of the open agenda, and I would like to thank the public and everybody that tuned in on YouTube. Thank you for listening. We're going to move over to the confidential agenda, so I will give everybody time to get to the confidential agenda and have a